con, and we have no apologies because. But if you are just joining us for the first time, you are welcome to the Violence Space. Yes, this is that Violence Space, your space. I just scroll down, I get to see names. I get to say as much names as possible before I start the space. And there are names that I see consistently for when we started this space. And when we started this space, we're talking about boy like 40 something around that country and are ready to rule. How limited we are. We're trying to make sure that we can keep our voices as loud as possible as we can. And that's why I've made it available that this platform is being streamed on YouTube, on Facebook, because and on the Violence radio station. I always do this mass before we start this space so that we do not get ahead of ourselves, and at the same time we understand truly what we are doing here. I always break this mask every time we start this space. Probably except I skip it or I forget about it. I always remind ourselves that on Twitter, Nigerian Twitter, we have barely 4 million active Nigerians on Twitter. Barely 4 million active Nigerians are on Twitter. Barely 4 million. And the 4 million active Nigerians are on Twitter, we have close to 27 million active Nigerians on Facebook. 7 point something million active Nigerians on Instagram. These are the major social media platforms. Position virtually almost few. So we are up against an uphill task as Nigerians. I just paint this mental picture for us every time for us to understand what we are up against. You are fighting a man that virtually controls everything that your parents are going to hear today in the news. Everything our parents are going to hear today in the news, or everything our grandparents in the village, in hinterlands are going to hear tomorrow in the news in the morning, this system controls it. We are the fortunate ones that we have broken out of their metrics, that we can think for ourselves, we can actually come out and speak the truth, that even while we won't have this information that we have, look at how much they try to gaslight me and you every single day. They come out here every day and you see these things and they're putting a platform like Twitter. I know that is an open source platform whereby information is information. There are some things that is white. White is white. Black is black. But even on this white is white world that we are in right now, these guys come out here and gaslight the hell out of us. Now imagine our parents in the hinterlands that do not have the access that me and you share today, that do not have the wherewithal that me and you share today. Imagine the amount of gaslighting those people are passing through. I just always want to paint this mental picture for us to understand the kind of job we have to salvage our country. It is a job that we should always think about. It is one job that, guys, is you. But before we jump to the conversation today, because today's space is going to be sweet as normal, I always indulge you. If it's your first time joining us, I say it is a must. It is sacrosanct. It is mandatory. It is compulsory that when you join this platform, either you share the space or you retweet the space, but you do something to let the whole world know that number one space on X is up and running. And as usual, we're taking no prisoners. So please, guys, take the next few seconds, the next few minutes to share this space, like the space, retweet the space. Let's get our people into the building. Let's get this conversation started. Because as I always say, information is power. The more people that get this information we're passing out here, the better for us. The more people that we can push out there, in fact, copy our URL, our radio station, and post across all your WhatsApp stories, your Instagram stories, your Facebook, all those your communities, all those your school. Copy the URL and post them there. Let people join these conversations. What we discuss here is what on a very normal day, when you tune on your televisions, when you tune on your radio station, is what they should be discussing. But you turn on your radio station today in Nigeria, and they'll be discussing about Afghanistan. Nigerians in Nigeria don't understand that the hardship in the economy right now, what is passing through, they don't even feel. In fact, the Nigerian system, Nigerian problem, sometimes it make me the craze. It make me the craze because I'll just look at myself. I'm like, God. So after you gaslight our parents with the mainstream media, you gaslight them. You will now give a special gaslighting on Fridays in the mosques or on Sundays in the churches. The system called Nigeria has been built to keep the people in captivity. People have to come together in hands, especially we that were already enlightened, because we must understand is that so many people believe right now that Nigeria is suffering what we're suffering. It is God, only God that can save us. How people are defending their men of God, how people are defending their God of men, how people are defending their religion, their you can virtually just see how much bondage our people are in. I woke up today and when I joined Twitter, the first tweet I saw was by one of these normal Hallelujah Island. And as of when I saw that tweet, it had like 400 likes, 400 something retweets, and I'm like, my God, like tsunami has not happened in Lagos is because somebody tamed the sea and the ocean. And in 2023, you saw Nigerians liking and retweeting that tweet. And I just went to check down, and people hailing from the tweet, you could see it's the same set of people that we are on social media every day fighting against. People that should know. And me on my own, I will not come out and say, oh, I have all knowledge, I know all this, I know this. I just said no. I said, no. Let me help myself. Before I even send it, let me just quickly do a Google search on causes of tsunami first. And in it, I could, oh God, and I'm like, So in a generation whereby even us that have the wherewithal of information at our disposal and we don't make use of it, imagine those that don't have what we have. How bamboozled they will be. Imagine what that guy tweeted now being in your national newspapers as campaign for 2027. Japan that could not tame that, and people will fall for it. That is the country we are in right now. My brothers and sisters, we have a very long way to go in emancipating ourselves. Nigerians are seriously under mental slavery. And it's a systematic one that we just have to. I don't know how we're going to focus. I don't know how we're going to. I think because right now we are focused on so many things. I think we have to start focusing on this structure and find one block in the street. The Christian is the large voting block of obedience. Obedient attacking pastors. And I saw many of these comments and I'm like, oh my God. Even people that you think should know do not know. People that we expect to know do not even know. In one breath, many of us were condemning youth, people gathering in experience. Rightfully so. In the next breath, many of them were defending youth that gathered in Enugu's concert. That spirit of cherry picking that we are doing, we have to learn how to call a spade a spade. Well, that's by the way, guys. Welcome to the Vawulence space. Please, guys, let's get this platform up and running as we always do. I'll just go straight to the conversation today, the topic today. I was matters going to the people that need to be heard, and he was in Kaduna today, in his usual fashion, commiserating with the families and the community that lost their lives. It's a shame, actually, that in a country like Nigeria, I have never heard any country whereby the military of that country will just wake up and bomb a community. In the northern and middle belt area of Nigeria, the military have been striking. But you see, in the usual fashion of Nigerians, some people have been screaming since all this from the first bombing to this last bombing. And some people have chosen to be quiet until it has affected home. Under El Rufai, people that died in Southern Kaduna El Rufai is unquantifiable. More people died in Southern Kaduna El Rufai than people have died in Gaza. More people died in Southern Kaduna under El Rufai. El Rufai is everything, even death. I was so happy when PO went there today and in his magnanimous behavior, showed them love, showed love, still do giveaway, for the families and touched their lives and, and you could feel from the video, if you hear outside, you could feel how much they appreciated his presence there. Just opposite to Bulaba going there yesterday and told them that bombing is an act of God. Because you see, Nigerians, we have learned something, and I say this all the time because our political leaders are the most wicked set of people on earth. Sorry, second set weak. That our political leaders are the second most wicked set of people on earth. The first most wicked set of people on earth are Nigerian spiritual leaders. Our imams, our pastors, our bishops, those people are the most wicked set of people on earth. And the politicians know it very well, so they always know how to, at the long run, push everything to God. Because they know that on Friday today, this Friday, next tomorrow, some imams will come and say, yes, I Shugabanka Sayache we Allah ne Allah yirayi. Now God do am, say na God do am. Now quote some part of the Quran to back it up. On Sunday, some so-called God of men will stand up and tell you, yes, it is the will of God for Nigerians. And use some part of the Bible to back it up. Then we will come out and by mistake. It's always where the common masses, common Nigerians that cannot afford the basic amenities that our country should provide for them are guarding. It's where the military will always go and bomb. I don't want to bring in any, probably, I've done it on the violence space. We talked about we talked about solid mineral space and how much we know that these bombings could be attributed to ethnic cleansing in areas whereby they want to take their possessions. We have talked about all this part. I don't want to go that angle right now. But the fact that the military of a country can in the space of 8 years bomb different communities. You can't say the first one if you say the first one is a mistake, is the second one also a mistake? Is the third one also a mistake? The fourth one, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th, to the 11th one. Come on. And we did not have this national outrage until the 11th one. Nigeria, that's the country where but we're here also. No wahala. I'll end my submission right now by let me bring up speakers. Please, guys, be patient with me while I see all of you requesting for the mic. And those that dropped off, it's going to get to every single one of us. Hopefully, I will be administering this auditorium until my co-ministers join me today. But before I will pass on the mic to every other person, I just want to talk about the greatest hypocrite of our lifetime, Adolf Hitler. They will be about Hitler. They want that for everything he's doing right now, you can go and trace a video. You can go and trace him yesterday saying he will not do it. Or fighting against everything he is representing today. Everything you can point your fingers on right now and say, Wike is doing, he has spoken out vehemently against it in the past. Every single thing, not one, not two, not you can point. In fact, it is not like a broken record. It is now a broken record for Wike. I just sit back and I like. But in fact, I hear the video and I'm like, oh God, not again, not again, not again. Wike has said everything. Nothing where you want to talk about Wike right now. We never talked before. I just want to pass this to the man called Fubara. Fubara. If you're hearing also, if you hear, if you go here, if you go here, Ogasa, if you mean say whatever you can do as a man, whatever you can do as a man to protect your seat, please, as he's bargaining chip. He knows that if he cannot hold on to River State, Tinubu is going to dispose him. And for him to even think that Tinubu said will trust him shows how stupid he is as a person. Desperate and how useless a person that man is. And if he really thinks that people don't see beyond this, in fact, that's another problem I have with alcoholics. When you're drunk, and you don't even understand at the time that people really have memory to remember things you say. You always feel that as you're a drunkard, that in that your drunken state, that people are also in their drunken state, that they're in that the same high level that you're in. That's where Wike is. So he has repeatedly gone back to eat his vomit back to back to back to back. That he feels like, as I eat my vomit, everybody should be eating their vomit too. He has no dignity. He has no honor. He just feels like it must be my way or no other way. I just really want to see River people, because River people actually fall in my hand, sha. River people really fall in my hand. I don't even want to talk because River people really fall in my hand. For them to allow that man first, even capture them. For them to allow him to allow that man to capture them to where they are right now as the people. River people don't try. I swear. They don't try because I'll be looking at like, no, River State don't sabi. River State is a very, very, very rugged ground. A ground where we say, you know if you just enter, do anyhow. Or did he try it? You don't impose. You cannot impose your success on River State. It has not been done by anybody. Or did he tried it and failed? Oyema came in and he was booted out. Amechi came in and we saw what happened there with Amechi. And Wike came in and Wike succeeded. And all of a sudden, Wike is now feeling like the emperor, the conqueror, the lion, the champion is here. The strong, and this just shows how useless a party PDP is. PDP is a very, very useless party. A very, very useless party. And all you see all those people say, let's merge. I think we now see why people now understand why people were scared of associating with PDP. A party that has no balls, a party that has no integrity, that has not sanctioned Wike by now, that they don't even sanction Wike before the elections. Don't be party where normal people supposed to be inside. PDP should just officially die. Because one, they cannot even, they don't even understand what it means to be in opposition first. They don't understand basis of opposition. All these PDP governors and they will all be jumping to APC before the end of this administration. They don't understand basic opposition. They don't understand it. So here we are. I think I've gotten some few videos. Let me try and play and see. some Wike videos. Let me just play for you guys and we start the show. Guys, thank you for joining the Vawulence space. Thank you guys. Please, you can retweet the space. You can share the space. Let me just play this one. I think this is the one. This is the latest one that came out. For any of his misgivings, you will always have a video for Wike. Let's play. To make a pronouncement. So everybody will have to be careful. You give somebody an umbrella, the next day he defects. Yes, it will come. He said, no, let me join them. So you know it's easy. Want to do. After all, what we're expecting, what we ordered plus what we got, never reflected in Nigerian elections. So anything can go in that country. Anything can go. And with that, guys, I say welcome to the Vawulence space. For the meantime, I think I'll be the only one officiating today. So, guys, please just bear with us. And I think it makes the space more easier for people to have as much submissions as we always do, because when we are up here with all of us, it is back to back to back to back, and you guys really have time to speak. So I'm going to open up the floor right now. Thank you to every single of you on the platform. I see all of you requesting for the mic. I'll be bringing you guys up intermittently. Just bear with us and have a wonderful space. I see all our regulars in the building. Welcome, 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 welcome. Thank you very much. Let me start the space right now with my mommy as usual. Mommy B, good evening. How are you doing today? Welcome to the Vawulence space.
Good evening, Saddam. I'm not 100%, but I'm here. I'm here. I hope you're doing okay. Um, do you know what? It's of all the topics today, bombing an act of God is the one that has infuriated me the most. Like, an act of God is if lightning struck and um people were killed, you know, or or if that all of a sudden it hasn't rained for weeks into months, and then and there's a famine as a result of it. Killing people, right, due to negligence is not an act of God, right? But what annoys me the most is that they do this to avoid taking responsibility. I'm pissed off with it. In any sane climb, everybody who has a leadership position, right, would have been relieved of their positions. Right, but no, not Nigeria. I mean, it is annoying enough that this isn't the first one. There is never, there is never a kind of, oh gosh, sorry, a phone call keeps trying to come through. There's never really an investigation, and there's nothing, that these people who do this can learn from, because nobody is held responsible. And it's I don't know how long we as a country can continue to function without people taking responsibility for such actions. It's just sad, which brings it really to my president, Peter Obi. You know what? When I decided to follow this man, right? I knew that one of the things that, one of my reasons was his empathy. He has not gone to leaders. He has gone to the people. He has gone to see them. See him carrying baby. Toby loves children. He loves children. And if you remember during his campaign, so many babies that he carried, and it wasn't carrying them because he needed a photo op. It was his compassionate side. I mean, it's like if you compare it to the mannequin that they selected, the guy is wicked. I mean, imagine going to people who are mourning and telling them it's an act of God. It is just sad. As for the Wike Fubara Debacle, to be honest, well, my family members, they fight. In fact, let them tear each other apart, kill themselves. I don't even care. I do not care because, apart from Lagos, River State was another place where obedience was shaky, right? And I am quite unforgiving of that kind of behavior. So if they like, kill themselves, PDP is not a party. Uh, it is not. It stopped being one when they were originally gutted in 2015. And although lots of people came back, they were never built to be the opposition, and so they fizzled away. In fact, they should just everyone should just go to different parties and let them. Whoever is there last should turn off the lights because PDP is done. Their job is done. We thank them for the 16 years. Anything on top of that is time wasting. And those are kind of my thoughts right now. Let me use the mic. But Saddam, if you need me to bring up people, I can do that, but let me know. All right, I hear the mic.
All right, thank you very much, mommy. Thank you very much, guys. Welcome to the Violence Piece. Let's just keep the conversation rolling. It's good to have you guys up here again. I'll just move on right because I also am of the view whereby I don't freaking care what happens with Rivers State. We suffered badly. If there's any place I think after Lagos, as rightfully said by Mombalande, that obedience suffered was in Rivers State. We had our situation room on this platform during elections, and the calls we got from Rivers State, what Wike did in Rivers State, it's just that I don't. I've come to understand that if you don't punish wicked people will continue to thrive. And that's why we are failed as a people. We always leave things for God, for karma, for this. That Wicked deserves justice on earth here for what he did in our last elections. For the kind of treatment, the way he treated people that just came out to vote, his own people. No, 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 no. Let me, before I bring in the next set of speakers, I just want to play this video. And I want to play this for you guys to see how much the politics called God 2 times. Listen again, please. My kingdom, by the grace of God, as I go. That's how God wants it. But see, when you are in a position to think that what's happening in Lagos State, you will do it here. It may be difficult. You cannot continue to say you must be a godfather of the state. That's the problem. It's not possible. I live here in the name of Almighty God. God again. I have no business to say, why must I produce? Okay. Why? What am I hiding? The people of the state
Can't even advise them or even tweet the right thing. And I put out a tweet and I said, in any other country of the world, if this happened, the first thing you do is to leave wherever you are, take the first flight back to your country, sit down at an emergency meeting and say, what exactly happened? Chief of Army Staff, Chief of Air Staff, what exactly went wrong? But these guys stayed there. And it was just the military guys that went to the place. And it was just like a drama. Then later on, we saw the vice president days after. And you see, in Nigeria, life doesn't matter anymore. When God created life, it's actually difficult to kill a human being. If you've ever been in the military, it's difficult to kill somebody. To take life away is difficult because that human is complex. He can be injured to a large extent, but for life to go is difficult. So when somebody dies, something actually great happens. Let us go back a little bit to some presidents that at least some of us know about. I'll use America for an example. I remember very well when there was a killing in a place like Texas during the time of Biden recently. How many people were killed? Not up to 20. Biden and his wife were there. They were there showing emotions, talking to first responders, talking to people. Go back a little bit. Even President Trump, with all his craziness, when they were shooting, he went there. How much more would you talk about Obama? Or Obama goes there, and it's almost like he's moved emotionally. Our president goes to those that are intelligent enough. Where is Professor Wale showing?
I want to take this media to exchange. My brother, thank you so much. He really request select president or so what.
You, I don't know if is it just me.
No, his audio is back. It's cutting out.
Same thing here.
Same thing here.
In
Both business from Arewa setting the Igbos up for violence. Why? This is call this out. If you are PDP, you are APC, and you have sense and you have the fear of God in your head, please call this out. This is wrong. This is a wrong narrative. There was a violence in Lekki recently, where a young man was killed over an argument over change of Okada. Those that remember this story, the young man was burnt to death in Lekki. That incident, it was not the Igbos that did it. There was an engineer in Shomolu area. Google what I'm saying. This engineer goes around, he's a civil engineer. He's a civil engineer. He builds houses, low-cost houses, and he uses people from the north as laborer. I think there was an issue between him and one of the guys from the north, and he pushed from site. This guy went, saw him in the market, and accused him that he was a thief. This guy was dragged out of the market in Shomolu, where he was buying meat. He was killed on the street of Lagos and burnt. This was not done by the Igbos. Please stop setting this tribe up for violence in Lagos. It is wrong, and we need to call it out. Saddam, we need to call it out. It is heading to a dimension where they will start attacking Igbos in Lagos. I am saying we need to call it out because Igbos have lived peacefully in Lagos. They have lived peacefully. They have thrived. Those that married Yoruba are there. The average Igbo man doing business in Lagos can speak Yoruba fluently. You won't even know. They mix with the community. They don't go and hide themselves in one bush or one far off community. They live where the Yorubas live. They eat with the Yorubas. They worship with the Yorubas. Why are we setting them up for violence? For who? In whose interest? For Hulaba? How many years does Hulaba have to live? I'm not wishing him death. I'm just saying. How many years does Baba have to live that will continue to set ourselves up for generational chaos? Why? I am so gutted with this issue because with all the issues on the table, the insecurity, you can't even drive from Lagos to Benin, talk less to worry without an incident. You can't. With all these issues, all I hear every day is Igbos this, Igbos that. They want to control Southwest politics. How? Honorable Sugar, for those who know Southwest politics, was a thug in Ogun State during the Benga Daniel era. He was a thug, a revered thug. They feared him. By the time Benga Daniel was living, he showed interest in politics. Ogun people, a Yoruba man, was senator in Lagos. You cannot become governor in Lagos. Yayi is back to Ogun State. He's a senator in Ogun State now. I'm hearing there's an area in Ogun State, I think the Yewa people, they have never had the opportunity to become governor since 1999. So they are pushing him to become governor of Ogun State. So what is all this talk? What is all this talk? Lagos is what it is for us in fact, Lagos is what it is for us as a country because it's a tapestry of who we are. You go to Lagos, everybody is there. There's a place in Lagos where Indians dominate. You go to what's this place? Somewhere. There's a place in Lagos where only Indians live. You see Indians. They have their temples there. So are you going to wake up one morning and tell the Indians to leave Lagos? These are Indians who have naturalized. They are Nigerians now. Do you know who they vote for? Do you know how they vote? Right? There's a place in Lagos, somewhere in Apapa, you will see only Lebanese.
You know how much we have many people that want to speak. Plus the fact that you see this bigotry talk. It's not part of our topic, but as you honestly, I am not worried. It might look like these things are going out of hand. It's a chronic disease, and what the funny part for me is that when he does all these things and he comes out on public record and say all these things, I don't know whether probably that's why he's having all these press statements every week. So that when he says one this week, he says one next week, it will just be covering up for the last. I don't understand how Wike brain operates. I do not understand how this man will openly come out and say all these things. No, I like our parents' generation has to remember. Our parents they forget so quick and move on. Move on. So
Saddam,
that means you can lie.
Saddam, too hard.
Ah! Big
Look,
Mac, just continue. I was about to call you. Just go, please, my brother. You have the space.
sorry. I honestly, I don't know what happened with my audio. So sorry, everybody. Let me quickly um touch on Wiki Sim's issue. I want to tell you guys here, the honest truth with Rivers people. Wiki mastered what Odili did, what uh, Amici also did, and now put a twist to it, knowing that if he is in control of all the funds coming into River State, he will be able to dictate who comes next after him. When someone, what's this governor's name? Sanwo-Olu sold that to Wike in order to buy Wike to their side. Wike began to think that he can also do what Tinubu was doing in Lagos and succeed. I will tell you guys something today. Sim Fubara never ever wanted to be the governor of Rivers State. He never thought of it in his wildest dream. Sim was okay with where he was. He just wanted to be the civil servant to get to the apex of his career and bow out. But because Wike was so power drunk after acquiring all the wealth in the state treasury, he believed he can now use somebody so he can become the Jagaban of River State to support his next presidential bid. Why Wike was always the honest truth. Sim was ready to get on with Wike, but he knows that there will be a time that Wike will step on his toes and Wike will do something for him to pull away. If you're on mindset space, I said this before now, that before you know it, there will be serious trouble between Wike and Sim. As it is right now, Sim is not a dummy. For those of you that think Sim is playing along with APC and this so-called senseless man that claimed to be the president, Sim is smarter than that. He will do what he has to do. He is still learning the ropes. He is still understanding how to play this politics. But I can assure you guys something, that this is the end of Wike in River State. When the Ijaw nation stands up and say, we are not welcoming you to come and dictate to our son, you better believe it, that Wike has his work cut out. Wike should go and turn the old PDP to APC. Amechi tried it. It did not work. It will still not work. Sim is not a noisemaker. Sim has people that understands Wike very, very well. And they are telling him, this man, you do not need to shout to take him out. Day and understand what is going on in River State. Tinubu would not deal with Wike for long. That is the honest truth. We all know that. It is a known fact. Sanwo-Olu sold Wike the pie. Wike beat the pie. He fell for it. He did what he had to do, but trust me, he will be dumped. In no time soon, he will be dumped. So, Wike and Sims issue. I would tell you guys, just get your popcorn and enjoy the movie. It is going to unfold eventually. The honest truth is, Rivers people would not allow Wike do what Tinubu did in Lagos. As it is right now, they already know and they know where he is heading to, and they would not allow it. I yield for now. Thank you, Saddam.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Big Mac, for that insightful this thing. Honestly speaking, it's people's politics, so I think you know it better than most of us. But I'll just read real quick somebody's tweet. He says, Michael Anna is his name. He said, a man will just be lying to himself. I will never run for president. He contested and lost. I will never lobby to be vice president. He did and lost. I will never work against my party, the PDP. He did. Even worse than the opposition. We all saw this man play out the worst kind of opposition we have ever seen. Wike did it, inter-party opposition, in our very before. I will never control my successor. He's not only fighting to control, he wants 25% of Rivers State monetary allocation. What a freaking criminal. I will never join
More
APC.
than 25%. Saddam, sorry to interject you. More than 25%. I'm
Bro.
telling you the honest truth. Wike wants 45%.
What?
Yes, but he had a deal with Patient Jonathan that all Patient Jonathan was asking for then was retire me as a permanent sec so I will collect benefit till I die and give me my gratuity for bringing you there every month. 1 billion naira. They negotiated. Sorry, he was giving her. He paid for a year and never paid again. And that was where the trouble started between him and President Jonathan. Take it to the bank. So
Jesus.
now Wike is asking for 45%. He is the one controlling the internal revenue funds in River. It is not. So when you do that, and before this person signs any check, not 5 million, not 1 billion, any check from the government house, he has to take permission from him. What is that? Sorry, you can go ahead, bro.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Ah. Whew. Okay, let's go with the conversation. I think call me Lexi, have been falling on and off. I think you go next. From call me Lexi, then we'll take back Niger, then temp in that order. So call me Lexi, take back Niger, and temp in that order. Thank you very much. But Bradley, please try and check your message, please. Call me Lexi, go on.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Emir Saddam. Good evening, Vawulencers. Good evening, everybody that always come up here to listen to us. I pray whatsoever that is bothering us, I pray God will come true for us. It's another beautiful day on the violence space. For every one morning Nigerian to tune in to listen to us as a youth who want the betterment of the country. Vaccine was saying something about sugar. For who doesn't know, let me still try and expatiate. That guy died in 2019, that election day of 2019, and it was greediness that killed him. This made me understand that, you see, Nigerians, we need to take back our country. It was one of the flaw. House of he went to Kaduna for people like us, obedient, who stood our ground. Government it's not hard. If it didn't day, it didn't day. We don't need to lie about it. Alex Oti is working. You don't need to stress yourself. You don't need to pray about it. Righteous man rules. Everyone rejoice. Man rules. Everyone rejoice. Oshibajo did it for 100 days. IMF must go.
And the same Wike is saying if you decamp, they will take the seat from you. I just hope and I pray that with this trend of events that are going on, Nigerians can wake up. I pray and I hope that with this trend of events that are going on, Nigerians can realize that these people do not have your interest at heart. They never did. They can never do. Somebody said there that if they share the monies that have been looted from Nigeria, from whatever time till now, every individual will have at least 10 million. I will tell you it's a lie. Every Nigerian will not have 10 millions. Every Nigerian will live as if they're living in Dubai. 10 million naira is shit, it's nothing. It won't last you. Act of God. Does he know what it means? What an act of God means? That it means that God just really, okay, people should die. Because those people, they woke up in the morning with the intention. My speech by saying, Nigerians, wake up, fools. Are you the mic?
Saddam, are you going to go?
Oh, no, mommy, go on.
Nigerians, wake up, fools. I love that. And yeah, so Pritesh, if you want to unmute the mic and speak. Thank you.
Fubara, I'm going to pass governor, trying to control what is happening in the states. Now, one of the speakers earlier mentioned that Wike is even demanding for 45% of the revenue. People of this state, if you have any issue with each other, please vacate the seats. Go and pay that. Nobody's even trying to tell these people, like, if you are not serious to work as a governor, please get off the seat. I don't know whatever agreement you had with Wike or whatever it is, personal issues you have with him. If you are not ready to work, please go. Instead, 27 handbags of Wike, who are even supposed to checkmate the governor and tell him, look, Mr. Man, you have a job to work for the people of Rivers State. If you are not ready to work, let's impeach you and go. Instead of them to even start looking for how they can put things in order, they decamped to PDP. So this just shows how bad the Nigerian system is. It's been almost 9 months since after the elections in Rivers State. Up till now, there's been no single discussion on development of the state, how things can be moved forward in the state. No. Instead, it's just two men fighting each other with public resources. Bribing, this one is bribing, the other one is bribing. And we are even hailing them that it's going to be a battle of money. If Fubara is ready to spend, he will win the battle. Wike has the money. If Wike has more money to spend. What is all this nonsense? Is it like we are not serious in this country as a people?
Is it just me?
No, no, it appears we've lost him.
Um,
Well, he's muted, but so it might be network.
Are you with me?
we lost you, sir, but
Oh,
for the last
sorry.
10 seconds. But go on, please.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, if you could wrap up in 2 minutes, please. Thank you.
Okay, sure. I'll do that. So it seems we are not even serious as a people, and that's why these political class they just take us for granted. 9 months gone, before you know, 4 years will be gone. Nothing, no single block will be laid in the state. Instead, two men will just be fighting each other, and nothing will be done about it. And straight to the issue of bombing, an act of God, said by Bat. Mr. Saddam, thank you for organizing this town hall that is different from Bala Blue. Personally, I'm not surprised that Bat will say something like that. Now, a speaker said something earlier that Bat had to say that because he knows he is in the north. So it's so unfortunate. So Mr. Bat had to go there to say that because he knows that he's in the north. If he goes to SAT, he wouldn't say such a thing. And this brings back my memory, a discussion I had with a man some time ago. Very elderly man. The man is brought up issues concerning how babies are dying in the north because of malnutrition. That is the problem with you young people.
What is happening. But the people of River State should now see from the antecedent, from everything that is unfolding, Godfatherism will get anybody, will not get you anywhere. I just hope and pray. I just hope and pray the people come together and they resist this evil menace, PC party. As we know historically, most of the states in the South has always been a PDP state. So this is a greater plan of making Nigeria a unitary, and that is the truth. That is the truth of what is happening. I am praying seriously for River State. I'm hoping that the people will stand up and really resist. River State, obedience won River State for Labour Party. We know that Labour Party won River State, and I just call on all obedience in River State. We know that Fubara came in there because Wike rigged him in. But, well, that is the evil we have. We just have to use that evil and teach Wike a lesson. Obedience, you must rally round Fubara right now and make sure that the evil that Wike is planning, that APC wants to put in the Niger Delta will not work. Because all they need is to capture River State. Once they've captured River State, it don't finish. If we like, could they talk from here to tomorrow? He don't finish. Right now, he is the Minister of Petroleum. So it's just a matter of time. Once he captures River State, he will capture already it's APC that has Delta State. Right? It's APC that has Delta State as we know it. They rigged themselves in. The only reason why APC did not win Bayelsa is because APC no get the people of Bayelsa, they hate APC. And that is the truth. That rather than people of Bayelsa vote APC, they would rather vote PDP. That I know for a fact. So people of River State not gonna wake up. Obedience not gonna stand up because this is a battle for the heart and soul of Nigeria. And so I yield the mic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Liberty. Thank you. Please get well soon. Drink some ginger tea. Please and recover real quick. Thank you. All right, let's go real quick. So when you have the space, good evening.
Good evening, Emir Saddam, Mori Bolanle. Auntie Liberty, take care of yourself. Stay giddy. You'll be fine. So, that the lesson teachers hoped they would have things, but we know who he is. He's a man that is consistent. And what he did in KD is what he has done over the years. So, his consistency is key for me, and I'm glad that I back a man who is consistent and capable of whatever he says he is. Some other person is chopping all the money of the country and keeping the country in the red, but someone is spending his own wealth to make everything work for the country and for the people of the country. Just like one of the speakers said, it's high time all the evil you had in mind concerning bad leaders begin to come into fruition. Because this evil cannot keep going unpunished. We've seen too many evils being encouraged by people praising people rather than calling them to book for all their evils. So, just like Emia said, why is Nigeria still sitting on its hands when it can actually be on the street, or we can actually be on the streets taking back our countries because of the division we have seen? However, this division, how long do we want it to engulf us? Because there is nothing else that we have apart from this country. Nothing else will change except we come together and band together to change it. Mahmoud, for instance, should not be a free man, no matter how many security details they put to him. He should have people just following him. Basically, he should have people just looking through his window in INEC. He should have an uneasy life. All these people should have uneasy lives, really. But it looks like we are letting them go, and it's tiresome. I'm not omnipresent, but the truth do this. Fubara Wike, I like the angle through which Anti-Liberty came. In the true sense, Wike is looking up to become someone like Bat. So Wike is he's Obiakpo Hitler, and he's trying to build his strength level in such a way that he can also take power the way this man wrestled power. However, he would, like he has said, the cancer that is eating him up will finish him off. But trying to build that, they are doing.
One day I come to see you and jokingly I say it's the act of God made they fight.
I drop Bible passage to know that I know God for
Editing.
so please keep the fire going, keep it burning. You do a very great job on the TL. Those bomb threats we had a discussion with. I need those articles. Honestly speaking, I think
Okay.
I think you should do more writing. Nigerians really need to, need to. I gain a whole lot listening, just reading most of the articles, and you do a great job. Please keep it up, keep it pressing. Maybe don't allow these Amado boys draw you. If they drag you, come here. We know how they do them. All right, let's go real quick. Thank you guys. Let's keep it.
And everyone on this speaker session and listeners. I've been to everyone speak. I must confess, please give one or two things, from the previous speakers. So I'm just going to talk more about the Wike Fubara Debacle or political wrangling. Yeah, I've been following, this crisis. I think since that should be in October, though it started right from after the handover, but it was prominent. That was in October. And with the recent development, the diversion of 27 PDP lawmakers to APC, of course, people are not looking at the fact that for them to have diverted, in fact, is just like they jump into pit because although where you may say that Nigerian currently we are not following what the constitution says, I cannot totally disagree with that with what happened during the presidential election. But if we should go with what the Nigerian constitution says, 1999 as amended, that's section 109 subsection 1G. I think you see Maswell is here, so he's going to enlighten us maybe later on if he comes up to the speaker session. But from what the data says, okay, let me read it to be sure of what we have there. So yes, I'm quoting section 109, subsection 1G. A member shall vacate their seat if they become a member of another political party before the expiration of the period for which the House was elected. And this is important because if you notice what happened, I'm not sure, although there's a clause, I think the clause is if there's a division, they can prove that there was division in the party. I'm talking of PDP. before their defection, then it's a ground that they can, rely on. But I don't think there's any division in PDP. The only division that I would say is not even division, can say like political differences between Wike and Fubara, which of course it's something that has to do with both of them. He is not involved in the party. But with what is going, so I think the Rivers people needs to really stand firm, just as facts, and this is really saddening. And it's important right now that the president should, of course, if it's by protest or whatever means, they express their displeasure towards the development in the state, because in the long run, it's still going to affect everyone in the state. If you have somebody who, of course, is not even in a stable position to um, drive the state of the economy, is a big problem, for the states. I think since the guy came on board, he has been from one political crisis to another, and it's really getting uglier day by day. So it's left for the people to, decide what becomes the state. Pure in KD, of course, we know Pio, even when he celebrated his birthday, he has been a man of the people. Everyone, just somebody that maybe because of election, you just go out and show off so that people can vote for you. But the true quality of a leader is consistency, and that I've seen in the person of Peter Obi. He's not somebody that just comes about, but he's consistent about it, and he has been doing this thing over and over again. And these are what some of these politicians lack. If there's any attribute of leaders that Peter B embody,
There's always follow him up and down. So his life is not like an open book. This is just his normal routine. Those that know him will tell you from way back, he has been a philanthropist, helping people up and down. Unrecorded, he go to schools across the north. He has invested in people, in businesses. If he did not come out and say it's APC for you. All right, guys, let's keep it going. Thank you very much, Idowu. I think Marian, if you want to speak, your hands are meant to be up. You're meant to go next, but your hands are not up, so that means you do not want to speak on the platform. So I'm going to go straight to Wake Up Africa. Wake Up Africa 360. You have this place. Good evening.
Yeah, thank you very much, Emir Saddam. My greetings to everyone on the space, Auntie Bolanle, and everyone else. I respect to you all for all you do and all the obedient family. I just want to quickly, most people have spoken well, but I just want to quickly dive into a little bit into this wicked thing. A lot has been said about it. To be honest with you, the first day I saw where the governor himself was, I think that was the time when they had, I think, was it the house that was burnt? And then he was making his way to go and see what happened. And I was watching the Nigerian police with water cannon. I didn't know what they were trying to do. Was it to embarrass the governor of the state? See, Nigeria is a country that the level of corruption and impunity that exists, you cannot find. Somebody wrote somewhere to say that when PDP said they are calling on INEC to do the needful by calling a new, that was when they say that. When somebody like Wike, that has ruled the state for 8 years, still wants to be in control, obviously, they are tapping from the drug lord, who himself has practiced that in Lagos and it has worked for him. So everybody else now wants to do the same. The governor of Kogi State is doing the same. Wike is doing the same. I would not be surprised if the Imo State Supreme Court governor would want to do the same. So, guys, honestly, we have a very, very big issue to deal with when it comes. Saddam had just said that the only way forward with APC being in power is for Nigerians to rise up, and I rightly agree with that, because in view of what has happened, I said to myself, how are you going to win an election under these kind of people? No matter, we saw what all happened in 2023. How are you going to beat these demonic individuals in power. How are you going to beat the attack? They've already started from now planning for the election, because all these fights is to be able to hold the states that they hold. They've dislodged quite a few in the north, and then obviously you know that River State gave Tinubu, obviously he didn't win, but he gave him what he wanted from there. And this guy is bent on doing anything. So what am I saying? I'm just simply saying that I don't know what every
This one, wow. No wahala. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. I think please guys, if you're up here on the speaker section, probably you're new to our rules here. You just have to have your hands up so we know you want to speak. Mr. Prince, you were here. I don't know what happened. Probably you fell off. So I'm going to bring you next. Then attackers, AK Priest in that order. Mr. Priest, you have the space. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Good evening, my brother Saddam. Good evening, Mommy Bolanle. I greet you all on a well done. Um, well, I'm here to just remind Nigerians that what happened in Kaduna is not an act of God. I didn't know the God some of these wicked people worship. I don't think it's the one that made heaven and the earth. The one in heaven will not want to destroy a people like that. What happened in Kaduna, it is not an act of God, Nigerians. Whether you're PDP or APC or Labour or Obedient, whatever name you call yourself, what happened in Kaduna a few days ago, it is not an act of God. But they are trying to use it to bamboozle people because we are too, what's it called? This other one that happened a few days ago is making headline. Thank God, maybe they are more special than those who we never had anything about. Let me say it again, Nigerians. We are our own problem. We are our own problem. We have allowed this gang of animals and criminals to suppress us for too long, using religion and tribalism to divide us. Let me say it again. What happened in Kaduna, it is not an act of God. It is a mistake, a man-made mistake. It is man-made mistake. It is not an act of God. We should not blame God for our own irresponsibility. The government of the day is an irresponsible government. The government under APC since 2015 has been that of wicked and myopic folks who don't know nothing. They have killed more Nigerians than we lost during the Biafran war. But the way they are going, they will keep killing because we are docile. We are docile. We are a people in love with our chains. That is the reason why we keep celebrating them or going with whatever narrative they throw at us as what it is. It is not an act of God. You don't kill people in their numbers like that and you call it an act of God. You must be wicked and very heartless to even say that to a people who are mourning that what happened to their people is an act of God. I didn't know the God that would want to do that, as part of his doing or his act. So that said, I don't have so much to talk about Wike and Fubara. Both of them are the same. What they did in Rivers during the election, I don't want to talk about it. I wish Fubara whatever Wike wishes him. In fact, if they like, they should both go to hell. Let them go to hell because we know what they did. Let them rot in hell. Both Fubara and Wike should go and rot in hell. They are one and the same. In rounding up, in what P2B, I was doing him a favor. Maybe let us also remind you that he is a millionaire even in dollars. So no matter what you do, some of you will continue to cry and beg. He will keep going from one place to the other, touching heart. That is who he is, and that is who he will continue to be. Destiny,
even during the time of P2, we have never even done this kind of budget. Honestly, I will tell you the truth. Nobody have ever done this kind of budget. Maybe I can say it's the advanced country that nobody used to do. 84% of capital expenditure immediately. And assistant
Attacker, he is learning from his Oga now. That's the mentor. Now, Pio.
I just want to ask question, please. How many days fasting and prayers una pray make it Alex Oti fit see do this kind of budget? I want to know, please. Just answer that, please.
Saddam, do you know that as of 2015, the kind of battle we fought, we win. That is Apga win and Lesotho win.
No, forget 2015. I want this one way enter. How many days prayers and fasting una fast?
You don't fast like you never fast anything now. How you go fast now when person they walk now? How you go fast now? We don't fast anything again. You don't fast anything again, man. So let me just go to let me just go to Wike and the Fubara matter. Like what the event that happened yesterday about the campaign. Let me just say the truth is that I think that Wike is just losing it, because what happened yesterday, this 27 House of Assembly member just camped to APC. He's just using. I still believe that Fubara will use the judiciary in the state and doing his work. That is what I believe, because the people of Rivers State is standing firmly with Fubara. Because before I was thinking that let two of them jamming together, anyone that want to hit them, because they were in collude with what happened in Rivers State presidential election. They collude, but now it seems that we have to still give the benefit of that, because that Wike, like in the man, everything that he says, he do the next thing. It seems that he have something that maybe mental they worry him. I don't understand. So I believe very well that Fubara will really deal with him. So all these nonsense charade that happened in the campaign to APC on your Monday, because they have won this one that is parading himself as a Speaker of House of. They have told him that you are no longer the Speaker. Allow the main Speaker to be Speaker of House of Representatives. So anything that would still want to happen is still within the Speaker, the main Speaker of House of Assembly. So all this nonsense they are doing, I just see the laugh. I don't just read the laugh. That's what it is. Unless they want to use that bulldozer of a federal mind trying to bully a governor out of the office. But I don't feel it is possible. I don't feel it is. I don't believe it is possible. That is what I believe. But in terms of this bombing as an act of God, everybody know. But he can gaff. He don't even know what is happening. But I want to point out a hypocrite.
Attacker, you are struggling with the network. Is it also an act of God?
No, he went to Borno. This happened. Look at now. He say he went to Borno and say it's an act of God. That is what he said. So, but I want to point out the hypocrisy that is happening in Nigeria. We know very well since today, as of 2021, you know, a Senate local government. There is a time that army bombed that local government in Akwa Ibom State. Nobody talk. Since that is all these 80
on a yacht. Let's get crazy. It's the act of God for Tinubu to budget 15 billion naira for a vice presidential house when Nigerians are dying of hunger. And now that there's this money, they will borrow the money. That's the painful. It is the act of God.
Leaders, that
My
is
brother,
chief priest of shrines.
You see.
Don't do it in the supposed to. See at the federal level, at the national level, still remains here at the federal level, at the national level, still remains intact. So it is not an excuse. So whatever are the actions of those 27 lawmakers, they did it in futility. And section 109, subsection 2 of that same 1999 constitution provides that It gives the Speaker of the House, some people don't understand what has been happening. It gives the Speaker of the House the leverage to effect that.
For that submission, I think that's hard to believe in two people's. What happens in Nigeria doesn't. I don't think it can happen anywhere else. But when you even bring it to the fact that Nigeria is not even Nigeria on the normal day is not even one of those countries that people should, as in Nigeria at the very least. Nigeria at the very least should be a South Africa Pro Max. That's very least Nigeria, and that would have been Nigeria underperforming. I'd rather wait for a revolution that may never happen in my life.
Idea amongst obedient people, they show emoji. See, some of us where people regard and they try to reach out to us to complain. Our you go hear some things, you go they wonder, say, this waiting. I don't want to elaborate more on that. You see this suffering. Translate. I will try as much as possible to translate what he's trying to say. But before that, there is one conductor in Lagos that has a message for Tinubu. So it was just last year I was rich. This year I'm a conductor. Balance. Last year, but I just translated it. But let me play that so you guys can hear it. He's thanking Tinubu for. Out of the people that are destroying that country, it is the alphas and the pastors, and we've not been feeding the people with the word of God. Everyone is fighting for their pockets. So when they bring that fraudulent amount of money to the imams, and the imam says, we're not taking this money, but they take this money to the pastors collect it. It's not meant to be that way. And if it's the other way around, if they take the money to the pastors and the pastors tells them, go and do what the Nigerian people want, go and make them happy, and if the pastors don't collect the money from them, the affairs as well, they shouldn't collect the money from them. Okay, so he's talking about a particular politician in Ogun State, and they went to do a ceremony for the person. He's referring to one of the imams that died. That they went to do a ceremony for the person, and the person was saying he wanted to be a governor, right? But it was a senator. The person wanted to be a governor, and when they were driving down to Ogun State to meet that person, the road was bad. The road was terrible. So the senator was now begging them that he wants them to pray for him to make him become a governor through their prayer, whatever. And the imam told him that we are not going to collect any money from you. What you need to do is to repair that road, fix the road from Baga to Ogun State, and you'll see how you're going to win that election. If all the alphas do things like this, tell the politicians boldly, there will be peace in the country. So he's referring to another style of embezzlement that they get themselves involved in. That they will just tell them, okay, you know what, go and bring 10 people that will go to Mecca, or go and bring 10 people that will go to Imra. They use that to bamboozle those Alpha people, and it's not a good way to go. The number one set of people that ruin this country are the Afars. Pastors and Alpha. Okay. So now he's advising his colleagues, his Alpha colleagues, that let us pray for the pastors, because if the pastors can stop collecting money and speaking to powers, that there will be a change in the country. If the Alphas and the pastors can come together and always speak the truth, Nigeria is going to be a better place. So he's saying that he himself, the way he's speaking now, that if someone just says, okay, you know what, take 100 million naira, he said he's going to change his mouth, but he's not even meant to be that way. So our pastors and imam, let's pray for them. If they are good and they speak to power, Nigeria will be great. So he said, for it not to look like I'm only focusing on the Afars and the pastors, other people are there contributing to the bad leadership of that country. So he's about to mention another set of people. If you want to hear the second set of people that are ruining that country, shout Allahu Akbar. Let me hear you. You know, when it's the Afars and the pastor's turn, I said the truth. So I'm not going to yield back regarding the next set of people that are ruining that country. The second set of people that are ruining this country, that have prevented that country from moving forward. It's just a 1 minute left for the video to finish up. Are the kings, the obas of Nigeria, all the traditional rulers of Nigeria. All the emirs, all the obas, all the emirs, all the all of them, traditional rulers. All of them. They are just greedy, hungry, big people for nothing. They are just thieves. Instead of them being the custodian of tradition, all they just know is just eating, collecting money and eating, not doing anything. Can you see that now that they've belittled themselves? All they do is just collect money. People don't respect them anymore. I think he's about to refer to how Obasanjo just told them to get up the other day and just told them to sit back down. Money, you can never be respected. Once they know money is involved, they give you money, they infuse you with money, you can never be respected. And that's the reason why Obasanjo was telling you, yeah, stand up, sit down, stand up, sit down. It's just option to job. They were working on it. And all of these people, they don't even call me name. And I don't care. I will curse you as long as you're not doing right. We've been blessed with the brain to have a critical thinking analysis brain. Critical thinking and decision making. We've thought about these things critically and we've seen where our problems are coming from. And we've made that decision. You guys are part of the problem in that country. Traditional rulers and religious leaders. I don't care who you are. I will keep calling you out. I've been saying these things before this man did this video. We need to open our own church because what we come here to do is to enlighten the people, to educate the people. Some of us still have that mentality of what we were taught from childhood. Right is right, wrong is wrong. What is right is right, what is wrong is absolutely wrong. We retain that. The people that taught us, they've all forgotten. We are the ones reminding them now. And we will keep reminding them in case they've eaten nonsense, they've embezzled money, they've lost their senses. We'll keep doing that. As long as we're standing on what is right and what is just, we will not stop doing it. Obedience. You're standing on the good side of history. Keep standing. See everything happening around you. Stand your ground. This is how things will be happening. And you'll be standing tall because you're standing on the right side of history. People around you, they'll be wondering what is going on. We are on the right side. They might be mocking us right now. But guess what? We will laugh last. Thank you. Sorry for wasting your time. Are you back for now?
All right, thank you very much, Jimmy. And that wasn't a waste of time. Those were quite enlightening points. All right, thanks to all our speakers that have actually been waiting. Brilliant submissions we've had so far on the space. Even it's usually nice listening sometimes, especially when your phone is not in your hand, you are just ear plugged, and just listening, and it's just like listening to. It helps. It's good for mental health, really, with the current situation in Nigeria. All right, quickly, we'll just gradually round up and start take the speakers that we have currently. So I know you Maxwell just spoke, so we'll just take a lady. So I think Avril is probably the only lady on the speaker section. So after Avril, we'll come to Mr. Kolade. Then everybody will speak. So pardon me if I don't follow the order in your mind. Avril, please go ahead.
Hello, thank you. Well-meaning Emia Saddam, Mommy Bolanle, Jimmy, I greet everybody. Mr. Kolade, I see you, Tosin. Good evening, everybody. Thanks for always good to be here again. This is like our service now. I don't want to talk too much, right? You guys already know me. I think all these things that are happening in the country is because of the institutions that are not there. These are all symptoms of what is going on, where people can just wake up and do what they like. Even what is happening now, said before this was Wike not opening his mouth to admit that he requested 2 billion from the SIM guy, and we were just looking at him like that's normal. You can just do what you like. You can waste the money. You can waste the country's money, the state's money. You can request for whatever you want, just like that. Until we begin to make the politicians fear us, that at least they should try to hide these things, or they shouldn't even do them at all. We're not going anywhere. We're not really going anywhere. So even be motivated to come and join us. If you don't understand what I'm talking about, we have everybody saying something.
Is it negligence? Is it that before sitting on that bed, before flying up it, that his mind is not settled, you get and the next thing you get and something just for human life. What value do we put on human life in that country? It's so shameful, but there's still another reason why we should get our country back. And I'm going to implore everybody, please, whatever we can do in any corner, we need to get our country back. That is the way out of this mess. Fubara, Wike, that is your own cup of tea. But enemy's, your enemy's enemy should be your own friend. So as it stands today, Fubara should be our own friends. Okay? So let VK2 have a taste of what he did to others. So that is where I stand. I'm going to yield the mic right now. Thank you so much, everyone.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Koladi. All right, quickly, we'll just go straight to Dr. Nabila Yusuf.
Well, 1 minute. Let me quickly make this clarification for people listening. Regarding bad statement in the north when he went to meet them. He did that simply because that is what the Hausa Muslims believe in. No matter what the situation is, once you tell them it is God's doing, that's it. They just take it. Kadara, they take it. But guess what? To my fellow Yoruba brothers and sisters, I'm going to try as much as possible to translate this. You see, there is ashishe when you misdo, when you misact. There is amuwa alone, God's doing. And there is afowafa, something you did and you caused by your own self, in lack of a better word. But the difference is this. Ashishe is when you know the right thing to do, but you ended up doing the wrong thing. Ashishe, that is ashishe. What happened in Kaduna is ashishe. Ashishe nìkan ló ṣekú pa wọ́n. Àmúwá Ọlọ́run is God's doing. Àmúwá Ọlọ́run is when you sleep and you die peacefully in your sleep. That is àmúwá Ọlọ́run. Àfọwọ́fà. Àfọwọ́fà is when you go to the lion's den and you say you want to show them you can speak to lion. Ikú pa ẹ́. Àfọwọ́fà. You are the cause of your own death. So there are three different things. What happened was àṣìṣe. Someone's misacted and they're meant to be punished for that. It is not God's doing. Ọlọ́run ò sí nídìí ìbàjẹ́. I thought I should put that out there. I use for now. And for people asking for the video, it's on the Jumbotron. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Jimmy. Dr. Nabila, go ahead.
All right. Well, good day, everyone. I just want to chip in a bit. I want to use this opportunity as one of the Northerner from Kaduna State to express our gratitude towards the contribution from Peter Obi and lots more. That is one. And secondly, I just want to say out the thing that has been bothering me, because I'm from the north and north is bleeding. Bandit kills us, they kidnap us, hunger kills us, and the military that is even supposed to protect us are also killing us. So this is really too much. It's really too much. It is undeniable that the trying time in this northern Nigeria life is uncalled for. So it is not what the citizens pray for when voting for their leaders. We all know that, truth be told, even a responsible and serious government can't even fight a politically created conflagration of multiple fronts alone, let alone a government with a lackadaisical attitude. So therefore, as citizens of this country, Nigeria, the ravaging country, we will all have to play our own role, in both individually or collectively. That is what we just have to. What we are witnessing in Nigeria now is an anomaly, because it is inconceivable that this 21st century, when the whole world is making appreciable progress, we've all been traveling. We've seen how so many countries, so many states have been appreciating their progress in providing enhanced standard of living. Nigerians will now be living under the fear of banditry. poverty, even rape, kidnapping, and terrorism. This is too much for us. So why should these people be killing and hiding people in our territory without even being challenged? Why should it be easy for them to hide people somewhere within the state, and the security agencies in that state within a few days or weeks will not be able to fish them out? This is a direct question for us. Why? And even traveling from one point to another by road in particular has become a very great risk for us because of these kidnappers are everywhere, and they don't only come out to kidnap but also to kill us. So you don't know who the next victim is going to be. Yeah, subhanallah, this is very much for all of us. And in fact, the northern people's blood is being split by these actions of bandits and terrorists. So we need to always speak against violence. I always talk about violence continuously. No terrorist can be a religious person, and no religious person can be a terrorist. We must all come together now to pray and fight those who have waged war against this humanity. And we all know that if we're told that a professional army that is constitutionally tasked to protect our own lives of its fellow compatriots had within a decade bombed this city. So it is particularly sad that security agencies whose primary responsibility is to carry out a thorough investigation on this avoidance, this is too much. They are just playing with our sense. So
And I think, I don't know if you, of course, you are not probably a regular speaker on Violence Space. Try to
so
come around more often
I
to.
don't usually speak, but I used to listen to your programs. Yeah.
Yeah, you should probably come around to speak, because we need more um voices from across. Sometimes, so it's when we speak, although we have, like, a couple of very strong northern brothers, not to mention any name now, but I think we need to build that particular block of people that obviously want to speak and act for Nigeria to get better. So it will be good for your kinds to come speak often. Let it be that the voices that we hear every time, it's coming from all parts of the country. But the only bad news I have for you is that Tinubu is not doing any investigation. You already said it is an act of God, so it's very sad. I don't understand. This is supposed to be like, oh God, it's crazy, but I don't know. We just need to find a way to get a better country, void of all these set of people that keep poking our ethnic sides and poking everything that can divide us. But thank you very much. That was a brilliant submission. All right, quickly, we'll go straight to. I'll take Tosin, then Justice.
I will not help you. Can you hear me?
Nope, can't hear you.
Oh, really? Okay, how about this?
Are you using like some earpiece or something?
Yeah, I'm using my earpiece.
Yeah, you should actually take it off. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Uh, I don't know why your voice is so low. Except,
I will minute. Can you hear me?
all right, just try and go ahead and speak. You have 4 minutes, so we could. Okay, I think we lost him already. All right, quickly, we'll just go straight to Justice.
Well, me Nigerian, Emir Saddam. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Jimmy, my brother, who just basically wants Nigeria to work, and you likely see more often commiserating. Actions in Kaduna State today doesn't come to me as a surprise. That is who Peter Obi is. That is who Nigerians actually voted for to be president before Mahmoud Yakubu, the criminal INEC chairman, and his cohorts did what they did. But however, kudos to him to have done what we already know him for, identifying with those who are mourning, those who have lost dear ones, Nigerians who have basically lost breadwinners and what have you. Now, on the other hand, the criminal drug baron and certificate forger, calling it an act of God is a very unfortunate statement to make from somebody who occupies that position, however illegitimate he is. It's never an act of God. A serious country will investigate what actually happened. First, to bring those who probably did this to justice, and second, to forestall subsequent occurrences like this. I mean, I do not understand why the military, with due respect to them, cannot get their coordinates right. That's the most important aspect of being even in the combat zone, in that space of combat. You're supposed to get your coordinates right so that when you strike with some reasonable amount of precision. Oh yes. So you cannot, for the life of me, mistake a religious gathering, peaceful gathering of basic Nigerians, worshiping their God in their own way, as terrorists. Then it calls for question what your coordinates actually do. You should know where the coordinates of terrorists are and where you have civilian neighborhoods and all of that. This is, basic military training. So I do not accept that this is an act of God. God is not a murderer. God is a God of precision and justice. God's actions are just and precise. So this is not an act of God. Of course, he smokes colos in Aso Rock or probably from Dubai, and then he lands and tells us it's an act of God. Lastly, Wike, it's unfortunate, really. That is a man that I will never take his good morning to be good morning. If Wike tells you good morning, it's probably good night. And when he tells you good night, check very well, it's good morning. But what is most important is that, you see, the people of Rivers State are lying fallow now. Fallow in the sense that there is probably no significant good governance in that state. It's all power tussle. And when two elephants are fighting, the grass suffers. There is no basic governance going on in Rivers State right now. Fubara is probably more centered right now on securing his seat when his godfather is also losing sleep on trying to remove him. Unlike, when in Nigeria, I see your hand. Unlike what is happening in Abia State. Did you people see the budget? That is the action governor of Nigeria. Abia State is the state to watch. They have come to tell us how governance should be, how budgeting should be. Look at a humongous over 80% going to capital projects alone. Because this is a fast-thinking, future-thinking state, an administration that is looking into the future, an administration that is looking into developing the political, the infrastructural landscape to attract investors. That is how to know a reasonable state. No other state in Nigeria is performing the way this man is performing. And that is Labour Party. In fact, to end, Mahmoud Yakubu and the criminal elements in INEC that brought this war upon Nigerians will have no peace. They will not have peace. Because this is exactly what we wanted in Nigeria. A man who is strong enough to navigate the Nigerian ship of state to a proper way of governance and due process. Look at all the federal roads are bad. Nobody is talking about anything. Where is the Minister of Works who doubles as a senator? Where in Nigeria do we have these two core responsibilities for one person? We have Minister of Petroleum being the president of Nigeria. So Nigeria, honestly, there is no way going forward. I've said it. A criminal drug baron and certificate forger is illegitimate. He will continue to remain illegitimate. And nothing good will come out of this government.
All right.
Thank you very much. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, Ejikeme. You were spot on. I mean, for me, I was just going to say earlier, please, if you are from Abia, God knows if I was from Abia State and I'm in Nigeria, I would have already, and I mean realistically, started putting in plans to return back to Abia State if I was not living there. If you're in diaspora, you're from Abia State, the very least, I mean, maybe saying,
if I identify yourself, may the greater evil die. I will still deal with the lesser evil. And I'll be happy with that every day. And they watch, the film continue. That's all meaning.
All right. Okay. I don't think William is there. All right. Let's just go straight to Peter. Then.
That says when it comes to Wike and Fubara, I would also not want to say much about that because I feel he has grown all for an average Muslim where he visits where he
Muslim. A lot of people don't know what's happening. The conversation. That's what you need. Just this government in already. It's been a very good space. I think I have.
Thank you very much, Bolanle guys. Thank you guys. I think we have come to the end of on that space.